Good morning, everyone. Boop. How's everyone doing? Got hung up at the dentist for a little extra time, but I'm home now. I believe you mentioned if we don't break down to 4730-ish, then we might be headed north. Yeah, so a close today above gamma neutral could be bullish into the first part of next week. I do like that volatility still rising, and it appears everything's selling off still for the most part. Yeah, dealers have dropped about 1.6 billion in Delta so far this morning. Not a lot of changes since this last sell-off though, and really not a lot of change in puts at all. So 47.75, 70, 65. We have a little bit of that put side straddle from yesterday left over. We might see bears dig for that. They haven't really started buying a lot of puts yet though, so most of the downside so far, if not all of it, has been uh calls selling off. Shipping and oil plays are going crazy. Nice, man. Are we gonna drop more? Might re-enter a put. So we could, yeah. Below 75, the pace could pick up to the downside. Did you ask for extra Novocaine so you can stream with a lisp? No. No, I didn't. Good morning. What about 4780? 4785 bear put spread. I don't know. I wouldn't be so quick to assume that the top is in for the day. I mean, it might be, but there's still a decent amount of call interest to the upside of 85. Yeah, I'd probably be careful with bear spreads that close to the money. Unless you're going to give yourself some time on it. Yeah, all four wisdom teeth out yesterday. Ouch. They let me keep mine. I just have mine. They're in my mouth. How about long-term bear call spreads at the triple top? So a little bit longer term, you have a lot more hedging options and you can manage risk better. So they tend to be safer, but when you do that, you don't want to generally sell them right in the money. So yeah, I would say above the triple top or something like that. Remember, selling bear spreads below gamma max will always carry a little bit of risk. You think a Feb 16 SPY 460p can work? For what? You think SPX is going to hit 4,600? I mean, it could, but that's a long way down. So call spreads at the top, closed with a 90% premium. Nice. Well done. I opened one put while I was in the taxi on the way here when it was topping out, and I got stopped out like right around here. I think I sold it for like 15. Hold on, I have it here. I can look it up. Either sold it for like 15 or 15. Let's see. Stop price was 15.10. I filled for 15.10. Yeah, so I bought it for 8.80. Sold it for 15.10. That was pretty good. That was a nice start to the day. I opened up some bear debit spreads right when I got home. I'm just gonna toe ring those. I don't think the range on them's too bad, but they are a little risky. And those are kind of similar to what you're talking about. Netflix is fucking fucked though. Jesus Christ. 495? I don't understand how this thing keeps dropping options interest every night and then rocketing in the pre-market. Who the fuck is buying so much Netflix? Oh wait, I technically have a bear spread open that could capture this downside for Jan 30th. Also, AI entry this morning was okay, I think. Did it bounce back? I didn't even get a chance to look at that yet today. Did it bounce back to... Oh, it did. Motherfucker. Yeah, I wanted to get some... Well, I guess I'll just get some, like, 25s on it. Thinking about if I want to buy another put for the rest of the... Well, for a continuation and a downside move here. 75 is such a strong resistance, though. Ah, alright, fuck it. How's futures looking? Futures, so futures tested 48.10, bounced, hanging out at 48.15. Maybe I'll wait. Maybe better to get the confirm. Maybe not. Okay. Well, that's really gonna matter. What a fucking mess. Is futures any better? Not really. Futures retest 80-20, fail, then maybe 4,800. Trying to see if they're going to keep pumping the delta up. This is resistance here at 85. Straddles were awesome this week. Yeah, yeah. So far. The other side, my put side of the straddle hasn't printed yet today, but the top side did okay. A little bit of shorting. Let's see, are they buying calls? Not very many. A few. But some puts opening up also. Roughly the same number of puts opening up. So let's see, if 85 is resistance, it's a little bit, so there's a call wall at 80, but there's a little bit of a put ramp down to 75, and then under 75 there's actually a bunch of puts. Is JPO at least still dumping Fed bags onto Wall Street via QT? Yeah, he is. For now. I was seeing a lot of people talking about seeing your PP, and I was just wondering when it's my turn. You can see it any day or night. All you have to do is click Milkman. Tesla Zero DTs at open were great too. Oh, nice. Acumen's back now that Netflix is back to 500. Have we had PPI? We did have PPI this morning, yeah. It was soft. It was soft and cold. And PPI had just gotten out of the pool. Or the tank at the Bass Pro Shops. Scalped a quick $400 on SPX drop this morning. Thanks as always to the learning. Well done, man. How low does Tesla need to go for the calls on the chain to close out? Let me see where everything is today. I haven't looked at what's moved around on Tesla yet. Ooh, Tesla Gamma fell negative. That's kind of a big deal. Yesterday. That's the first time in months. Actually, that's the first time since November 9th. So, Charm's falling off. Long calls, dealer delta's negative. Yeah, I would say under 223 it can really start to pick up pace, but it's starting to look a little bit more bearish. Yeah, and it is under 223 right now. Next stop would be like 217 delta neutral. After delta neutral, nothing. There's nothing to slow it down. think the goes long Vega under 223 also. So that's gonna be tricky. Yeah, Tesla could tank. I mean, if it doesn't catch a bounce here, it's not in a good position. I should put it that way, because it did already bounce above that this morning, and it's kind of finding a little bit of support. I'd like to see it move down more, but yeah, 217, like right around there is delta neutral. I guess that's 217.22, so I can move this down a little. Like there. Tesla bounced on November 9th. It started bouncing on November 10th. November 9th, dealer gamma went. November 9th it closed. Dealer gamma went negative. But that was the last time it was negative. It's been positive ever since. Today it just fell negative for the first time, and who the fuck knows how long. Was that like almost 2 months? Is SRF the real MOASS? It's been doing very well. Yeah. Dole 11.99, buying opportunity of a lifetime. Do you foresee Upstart getting slammed again today or chop? There's nothing to prop it up anymore. Probably not till it falls below 30. And then we might see some like dip buyers come in, but yeah, it's pretty far below delta neutral right now. I would say Upstart's fairly bearish. Would this fucking fail already? Jesus Christ. Alright, so short dated at the money and out of the money calls are still falling off. So a little bit more profit taking here. Not nearly as much as earlier, but a little bit. Gotta see if they dump enough delta to push the hedge down a little. This is gonna be a good day for the cash account. Would you say we have a higher chance of testing 50 or 4,800 again today? I would say that depends greatly on whether or not we lose 75. 75 is a pretty important level. Below 75, I would say our chances of testing 50 are a lot higher. But, I mean, technically, until we fall under delta neutral, the MM's still buying all the dips, so reversals can still be pretty strong, unless we do fall below 47.50. What the fuck was I looking at over here? What's Cat doing? Is Dow just shitting the bed? Tested 95 again today and then fucking dropped $5. I should have bought opening puts on Cat. Holy shit. A rough morning. Oop. Tesla's failing a little. Trying to hold the support at 80. VIX kind of creeping up. There's some Vega risk at 75 too, so that's another reason breaking down below 75 is kind of important. They've sold a lot of puts there. Maybe some stop loss hunting. Right now in futures, this looks pretty good for a test of 4,800, which would put us at around 4770. Below 4,800, we gotta see if we find sellers or not. There might be some. Yeah, see, not like a ton of vol shorting coming in. I wonder why. I expect to see more puts selling right now. Hmm. Anyway. Gork, you missed 4,800. I didn't. I just wasn't home. I played some 4790Ps on the drop. And I managed to get out of my call side of my straddle. And now I should be able to get out of the put side. Nope, bulls didn't get all-time highs again. Really, I really prefer the narrative where the bulls don't get all-time highs. But part of me wants to see them get it, and that way they all flood in and get burned. Poor bulls, they never win. That's a strong statement. No one cares about NQ, Bob. I'm not sure if there was a volatility event that I'd want to own UVXY. Lost your gun. Some serious discrepancies there with their nav. Technically, they didn't win yesterday, Andre. We closed down on the day. Bulls got fucked yesterday. They bought a absolute metric fuck ton of 4,800 calls at open, and then we never went back to 4,800. Do you see Netflix downtrending after this week's OI falls off? Dude, the OI on Netflix has been falling off for like days now. It's fucking someone's buying the underlying, and a lot, mostly in pre-market. Chance of rate cuts still going up across all time frames. Has the market just given up on reality? Well, man, PPI was negative 0.1 today. Don't you know? We have producer side deflation in the middle of a catastrophic supply chain event. So obviously the Fed needs to cut rates. Here's the deal, and if you didn't understand this from the thing I wrote last night, I'll try to make it very clear. All of the narrative, all of the data points, all of that is largely controlled by large banks. If rates go up, Even a bit. Large banks are fucked. Large banks, small banks, trillions and trillions in banking assets. Poof. So, if you want to know who wants the Fed to cut rates, that's who it is. It's not just BAC. It's like 40 banks. They're definitely not trying to lose 75. Yeah, they're trying to hold it up. PPI down, CPI up is a pretty bad look for earnings going forward. Well, it's a pretty bad look for corporations, but PPI is not going to stay down for long, right? We have a supply chain event going on right now, so I mean PPI is going to bounce back hard. I'm sure that's something that banks are well aware of too. Banks aren't even real. I haven't been to a physical bank in like 3 months. Moynihan, same like James Cain. No, but a lizard person. In your thread last night, you mentioned banks just being outright unhedged. How is that permissible? They're allowed to be. I mean, largely hedging those positions diminishes their returns, and it's costly. So, in the fiduciary interest of their clients or shareholders, they can choose not to hedge them. Obviously it exposes them to risk in the event that shareholder equity falls significantly below their fair value assets. But that's already happened, right? They don't have to worry about that anymore because that's out there where everyone can see it. Bank shorting vol hard after JPOW pushed rates enough for SVB to fail. Same like angry teenager screaming "fuck you" to parent while depending on them for room and board. No. Bank shorting vol hard after JPOW pushed rates enough. I mean, it's not really that banks are shorting vol to short vol. They're shorting vol to increase yields, right? They're giving they're giving everything, like all of the Mag 7, right? The banks have all come out and given them just obscene fucking price targets, like far in excess of any forward revenues that they'll ever meet, right? Um, and they just want to increase their equity holdings as much as they can in relation to depositor flight, right? So if depositors are leaving, for every guy that bails with $500 and throws that in a money market account, they need $500 more in liquid assets. If you look at like B of A's equity holdings last year, they're up like 1,000%. It's not been a year since bank failures, actually. There were some bank failures in September, and there was a small bank failure in October. They didn't get a lot of publicity, but they happened. But England lost kind of a big bank, like 300 billion in holdings. Why would anyone leave a bank savings account making 1.5% when money markets are only paying like 5.3%? Yeah, crazy, right? What do I think about NTR? Hold on, let me set a stop and I'll take a look at it. We could go to like 850. Let's go 880 or 890. All right, NTR. Give me a second. So I actually like Moss better. This is a support level. It's kind of fallen through. But I think the supply chain shock and a possible increase in nat gas prices could greatly benefit their share price. It did very, very well in the last supply shock, right? So say this one's not quite as bad, but kind of bad. I mean, you can see it. You can see an increase in price pretty dramatically. It's a bit of a gamble. Although I guess we are moving towards seasonally. I think we're moving towards a kind of a bright spot for them. So it might not be too bad. Although, you know, if the market's falling, it's probably going to take a hit as well. So you probably don't want to buy it in a broader downtrend. But it may be a good way to get some exposure to supply chain shock. Depending on how bad winter in Europe is, there's going to be some definite effects from natural gas on that. Was this whole 3-month pump was by and for the benefit of banks? That's what I'm positing, yes. You're talking about that bank in Iowa that's name was misleading? People thought it was one of the top 10 banks by size, and they only had 100 million in assets? Yes. Can you tell us what would happen if JP Morgan goes bankrupt? The Fed would bail them out. Yep, they're too big to fail. Make $500 while sitting on the toilet. I've done the opposite, but we aren't talking about that. Thanks for all you do and sharing your smart information with us. I know it's just to feed your ego, but that's another thing we won't talk about. Cuckoo. Thank you, Costellosaurus. I appreciate it, man. Thoughts on CRG? What is this? Gherk pick my stocks day? God damn it, poopy pants. Yeah, I'll look at it. Give me a second. I gotta move my stop again. I'll move that way closer, actually. Okay. If that keeps going down, yeah, that's... okay, maybe that's too close. Why won't it fucking just go to the... You know what, whatever. Fine. CRGY. Oil. I mean, I kind of like the accumulation on it. Like as a long-term play, that the technical and volume profile look very attractive. Huh. They have a divvy or no? They get stopped out? Motherfuckers. Oh, VIX is at 13. Well, that's it. It's fun being a bear for a bit. No, I'm kidding. Looks like they've had a lot of problem making more money recently. These are arguably the worst cash flows I've ever seen for a $2 billion oil company. But maybe their exposure is. Ooh, that's a lot of debt too. Maybe their exposure is more focused on natural gas. It might be okay. Seems like a better buy and hold and hope they improve their cash flows or natural gas prices go up. No, I'm good. I'm good on the puts. Why the fuck is Monday closed? It's Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Diamond is the Ken Griffin of banking. JPM has 5-year duration risk after onboarding a shitco bank and skirting the too big to fail regulations. Happy Friday, my dude. They do, but if anybody can skirt those regulations and survive, it's JPM. I would say JPM is one of the least at risk banks, even with the now if they start acquiring more shit banks, that's gonna change. If you have several 0DT in the money puts at different strikes, which one should you close first when taking profits? Usually the one nearest to the money, because that's the one that's probably going to be most exposed to short-term fluctuations in price. The deeper in the money they are, the more delta exposed they are, but the less gamma exposed, right? And the at the money strikes are going to be the most gamma exposed. So the price of the at the money contracts will be the most volatile, and then less and less volatile as you get further and further in the money. Bounce fails horribly. That'd be a first. Are my Jan 16th calls bought here gonna make me rich? I don't know. Maybe? So not necessarily yet. This could kind of just chop here for a while. Like, we got a little bit of bullish momentum on the bounce, but there's a very good chance that we get just some chop in this range, because we are still below 75, right? And things are a little more put weighted down here. Also, some significant amount of the out of the money calls have sold off today. So this is, I mean, this is kind of like yesterday, right? Like, upside's possible, but it's only possible if positioning is added to the chain that isn't currently there, right? So, like, this is the reason I didn't go super long at the bottom yesterday, was because the positioning's not readily available, right? So, and you can't predict, like, just them buying delta or not buying delta. Some days they do, some days they don't. which adds a lot of additional risk to upside moves. Like I can say right now, it's probably not going to go down a lot more, but it could. Right, we're sitting in a big pile of puts, and those go down to about 47.65, 47.60. I will say that bulls don't want VIX over 13. Exactly my point. JPM has little risk and aren't going anywhere. Betting against JPM, same like fading Papa Gherk, was probably worse. When's 47.50 go in the money? 30 minutes, please. No, not time to rocket back up. So we don't have like big upside momentum. We just picked up a little momentum on the bounce, but it's minimal. And if we stay below 75, the draw to the downside is still slightly stronger. So probably flat, probably a period of consolidation here. If the bounce had more volume, or at least more call interest was being bought, or they were shorting VIX harder, or we broke 75, then maybe. But oh, there's 75. Sorry, I'm looking at something else. Let me make sure that's still working. There. Okay. Okay, so like right there, like we got like 200 million and like delta popped up, right? But they need to do that again, and then again after that. So if we do run to the upside, let me see what our range would look like. Resistance at 90. 90 is a big resistance. And then 90 to 4,800, there's a little bit of a ramp. Carry and big banks look sad today. They read my tweet. Gas is below pre-Ukraine war and has been for 12 months. Yet I'm still paying twice the amount I was. That's price gouging. Yes, it is. Yeah, sorry, Sasan. That's just shit they've implemented recently. You aren't allowed to add positioning after the first 15 minutes, Squawk. Stop making up market rules, Popcorn. Someone just bought 250k VIX 17Cs for Feb 14. That's a big order. Is JFresh actually James Diamond? Uh, yeah, but that's only for parties. Tesla moving with GME partnership? What if the bounce fails? Bearish. So if bulls want to keep this up, they need to buy here again. So your Tesla got a YouTube Tesla ad earlier this morning. Wasn't part of Musk's thing that he didn't need ads for Tesla? Yeah, it was. And he's denied Tesla advertising and has blamed like individual dealers, like Tesla dealers, but those are corporate, right? So it's kind of confusing. You're allowed to sell options before they go out of the money. Asking for a friend, yes. Cash account at 5K today? Should be up like, I don't know, like another 900 or something like that. Might be a little bit more. If I get out of upstart 30s, is 15 safe? I mean, it's not safe, but it's safer. It should be, technically, at least for now. It's unlikely to fall below. I think it's like 17 something. Although, if it does fall below that price, it's just going to crash. Let's see. Oh, nope, that's a 24 now. That moved up a lot. Yeah, so if it falls below 24, it's going to get really ugly. The gamma on Upstart is just actually collapsing. Okay, so Bill's bought a little bit more. Oh, that wasn't nearly as much. It's like... That's almost flat, right? Go here and look. Like another 100,000 delta. Definitely a better position for them here at 47.80. So yeah, this could keep going. But there's resistance, so there's going to be resistance at 90, and then if it crosses 90, it can test 4,800. No, they're kind of, I mean, the Bulls are doing an okay job pulling spot away from some of the put interest here. Most of the put interest is below 47.75. They still need to buy more calls, but not as much. Now they'll get buoyed by the 47.75s being in the money. Or sufficiently in the money. Do I want to try to play this, or is it too expensive? That's not too bad, actually. If I could get that for like $7, I'd be maybe interested in that. $770. Maybe $750. I think the biggest thing to be worried about here is futures 48.20, which is roughly a test that tested 85. So I think on a test of 85, I'm going to set a stop. Although if the last fucking year has taught me anything, it's that, 85 appears to be resistance, and that it is, right? But then, like, for like 20 minutes, and then it rockets up to some level that we never thought previously possible because someone decides to come in and just buy an absolute fuck ton of futures. The Tesla's Hertz are selling to dump their EVs. They're selling as low as 20K. I wonder how it'll affect Tesla's unused new market. It probably won't help them. Yeah, I mean, Tesla's used car price is already way down anyway, right? Now that you explicitly called it, they won't do that though. That's not true. That's not true. Learning so much about dynamics. What you said about banks wanting rate cuts and all-time high market to boost their collateral and holding makes so much sense. I know. Not to toot my own horn, but yeah, I'm aware. Sometimes I'm pretty good at big picture stuff. I'm just kidding. I'm always good at it. Pumping Microsoft, it seems. Yeah, Microsoft's doing pretty well today. Meta's up 1.5%. Even Apple's up a little bit today. So is Google. Nvidia's struggling with 550. I feel like a test of 85 or 90 here would be apropos. Do you know Gamma Max on Microsoft? Yes, I do. $3.95. I actually bought 100 zero GT 47.85 instead of 10. I think I made $500. But hold fuck the pucker factor. Yeah, I've made that mistake a few times. Sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's very much not so. I just want to say thanks for that write up. I read other experts' takes and they hinted at a lot of stuff, but you basically said the quiet parts out loud. Awesome stuff. Thanks, JJust. What I liked about that research report was that it offered a bit of proof, instead of just conjecture. It offered some statistically relevant mathematical proof that banks are fucked, which I like. And it didn't seem to be getting anybody talking about it, and I felt like it should be talked about by someone. What write-up are you talking about? All I see linked in Discord is a chart. In the announcements channel? On my Twitter. Just go to my Twitter. There's a thread on my Twitter. Sounds like the second biggest pension fund announcing they're borrowing $30 billion so they don't have a fire sale. You're going to be a famous economist someday. No, I won't. Why would I ever want that? I mean, well, hold on. I would want to win a Nobel Prize. And then I would ask Jay Fresh if he could keep it on his mantle. But you have to have a Twitter account to read threads now because Elon gonna Elon. Huh. To boost your ego. Nobel Prize for cat peener pics. You don't have to try. Thank you. No, you don't. I read it without an account. There you go. Look at that. I'll post it. I'll copy and paste it and post it on Reddit for you guys. I need to fix some. It got kind of chopped up when I was copy and pasting it into Twitter anyway, so there's a few sentences that just don't make sense. It's not a Nobel Prize, you know this. Doesn't matter. Yeah, excellent write-up on Twitter. Thanks for that. I was impressed the source papers from OFR. Honestly, these days I'm astonished that any tax dollars fund publicly available research. Yeah, publicly available research that no one seemed to be reading. That paper was released on December 27th. That information is frighteningly up to date. Have you been wrong about the macro over the last 2 years? I think you nailed like 95% of things. Yeah. I was wrong about the BTFP and how that was going to affect bank equity back like last year from like April to July. I was very wrong about that. I did not think that would be I didn't expect them to buy equities. It didn't at the time. It didn't make sense because it's such a high risk endeavor, right? And you would think that banks that are inundated with duration risk would not be chasing, high risk assets, and yet here we are, a year later with them doing the same shit. I profited 25% on both sides of my straddle. You're a true connoisseur of excellence. Well done, man. Yeah, I got out of the short leg too, so that's pretty cool. I don't think I got 25% on both sides. You got what? Maybe I had more theta than you. Like 16% on the upside move, and then plus 8% on the downside. So 20% total yields. Yeah, my puts were for next Friday though. The Twitter link's supposed to have more than one post. Yeah, you have to click the C thread, and it's got like 80. It's a possible top 47. So possible resistance here 47.85. Secret top 47.95. Right? Check out price action on ZM. Um, Looks like it can make its way to 120. I'd be surprised if it made its way to 100. Their EPS is like nosedived over the last year, right? Their margins contracted super fucking hard into the first part of 2023. I mean, purely on technicals, you're looking for what, 120, 123? That's an awfully long window. I don't know. That accumulation could drag out for some time. I think there's an expectation that someone's going to buy them out. The secret top what you do to Carl's wife? There's nothing secret about that. Like the stream bell ends. We need the bandwidth. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I have like 100 notifications on Twitter. Delta's slipping. They need to buy this dip. They're trying. Is that going to be enough buying, though? It's so annoying. Bulls run into walls of their own creation. So they bought up the 85 a little bit. So there's a little less resistance there now. 47.90 is still shit. But 95.40. A lot of bulls buying fucking far out of the money. Not enough at the money. Yeah, I don't like that. It's too early. I'd like to see more at the money buying. Don't they typically buy out of the money first, then out the money? They usually buy in the money first, then out of the money, then out the money. Read some hate mail. I didn't see any hate mail. No. Just a lot of people tagging big finfluencers to come read it. Yeah. I think it's better if T talks about the lead stuff. Looking for more entry. I don't think I'll beat 1370 ever again. Probably not. I guess I should use my dividend money from it and buy some more shares before it breaks back above 1660. Earnings is on the 24th. Hmm. One second. Son of a bitch. De-risking? Maybe. God damn it. I love running down to my lobby and fucking losing $400. It was the best. That's why you hedge. I should have said stop before I got up, but I forgot. I disagree completely. I think inflation is going to pick up and get significantly hotter over the next 6 months. I think the asset bubble reinflating, which it's done significantly since November, is going to drive up consumer confidence. It's going to drive up consumer demand, and it's going to increase the price of shelter. All of which will be additive to inflation until May, when the healthcare costs are recalibrated and weighted against 2 years of upside increases in healthcare costs versus weighted against a year of downside and a year of upside. At which point, healthcare will also become additive to inflation. And I think the ongoing conflict in the Red Sea is going to drive up oil and commodities prices, which will also be additive to inflation. I would not be surprised if not only do we see a second spike in inflation, but possibly an even greater one. Gherkin, I had some 4,800 Ps this morning. I sold at the gap fill, nice. Then the other half at the 70-75 peekaboo. If I held, I envisioned you saying you didn't sell here, points to 47.75. Yeah, I mean, that's correct. I also closed my puts when we fell below 47.75. Every day this week, I've bought more puts on NVIDIA and made up for my daily losses on SPX. What's crazy is I've actually been successful and remained flat. I can't believe it. Yeah, that works. Nice. Well done. DZ, thank you so much, man. I made 30% of my port this week, which is my target. I couldn't have done it without your help. Thank you so much. You got it, man. Well done. That's awesome. That's like a lot. That's a high goal. I guess even if you're not streaming, your voice still haunts me. I feel like I was here for that last leg down. Weren't you positioned heavily bearish on the market in 2023? I was pretty bearish in April of 2023. And then, by June I'd cut most of that and gone long. And then I rebuilt my short positions into like the end of July. And then I was heavily short from August to October. I closed out on the upside, like the upside move at the end of October and November, and I've been moderately long, mostly intraday and via straddles on the majority of this upside move. I haven't taken like a big like leverage long position at any point, but that's frankly because I didn't trust it. Oh wow, your view on inflation is very similar to mine, and among those I speak to, that's a pretty rare view. That's because everybody reads economics charts that are basically devoid of any of the meaningful additions to inflation. And then economists are look, inflation's coming down, but it's really not. They've just simply left out all the factors that are driving inflation. I don't think hyperinflation, but I think another peak in inflation. So you're saying there's not going to be 6 rate cuts this year? Feels bad, man. Actually, I think I'm saying that there could be rate cuts this year, but regardless of the rate cuts, inflation could move back up. And I think that's what I was kind of trying to point out in what I wrote last night was, that the Fed may be pressured to choose between price stability or banking stability. And that's a tough choice. This confirmation of aliens on Earth, bullish or bearish? I don't think there is any, so it doesn't matter. I keep yelling at my mom that inflation is still bad and the economy isn't good, but we're running hot and we're definitely in stag. I think that's the answer, is an extended period of stagflation where banks are able to, and I kind of wrote about this too a little earlier in the year, but I think an extended period of stagflation driven by the Fed keeping the federal funds rate where it's at, um, keeping dollar value and yields high, will allow the banks to get out from underwater if it can go on for 2 to 3 years until some of that fair value asset risk falls off. Remember, the average duration across a lot of those banks is like 4 to 6 years, roughly. So, a few more years, and they're going to be in a much better situation on their balance sheet. And if they can continue to lend against the spread on the yen, then they can continue to increase their net interest revenue. But what that'll mean is it'll probably mean a fairly cyclical period of loosening and tightening credit conditions. And some of these, like, correction, like, both the up and downside of these moves could be big, right? Like 15% over and over and over again, until we find some stability. The risk is, though, is, when these dive, or if Yellen starts selling duration, um then we could see yields move up into that critical range where we see bank failures. And even the Fed lowering rates may not be enough to prevent that at this point, depending on how much duration she starts to issue, right? What was it the other day? The federal balance was like 100 and negative 130, with the projected at like negative 68. So, I mean, Yellen's gonna have to start selling some fucking duration at some point, and when she does, that's gonna push the top end of the yield curve up hard. And if the 10-year moves above those, those targets, like 4%, 5%, 6%, those banks are going to start blowing up. So they've kicked the can and they've kicked the can again, right? The difference is in March, they told us. In October, they didn't. But that risk isn't going anywhere. It's there. It's just under the surface always. If Moody's moves and downgrades US debt to AA, that can shoot yields up. If the banks get further downgraded, they could be in even more trouble. SPX actual 5,000 before people realize, oh, Fed needs to step in again. No, I think we're pretty much at the upper range. We're already seeing banks lean back into the carry trade now, right? And when they lean back into the carry trade, we're going to see those financial conditions tighten again. Why the reason the banks don't want to fully lean into the carry trade yet is because there isn't confirmation from the Fed that they're not going to cut rates in the first half of this year. But if the Fed confirms that they're unlikely to cut rates by March, the banks are going to lean back into the carry trade. Volatility is going to move back up. The dispersion trade is going to break down, right? And they're going to start trying to lend at those higher interest rates again. I think if rate cuts happen, we're actually going to see credit get a lot more tight than it is now. Significantly tighter than it is now. I think it'll have an inverse effect to what people expect. Mester said yesterday that they're likely to end the BTFP on March 11th. I'm gonna need you to clip this speech. Just read the paper. It's not super complex. Everyone here can read it. Yeah. If they can't, I broke it down to make it even more simple. No, rate cuts equal banks not being able to lend. Banks can't afford to lend at the federal funds rate. Without the spread on the carry trade, they wouldn't be able to lend at all, right? The reason that credit conditions haven't tightened is because they can lend against the spread with the Bank of Japan, right? Negative 0.1 to 5.33 is quite a wide spread. But if the Fed cuts rates, that spread narrows and it creates a lot of risk, right? And in what is already a very overextended trade. Volatility shorts are smaller banks. I mean, as far as incentive goes, they're probably the same thing. It's probably not just like one bank shorting vol, right? It's all of them. They're all trying to generate yield on their treasuries. So they're buying treasuries. They're trying to average down their like fair asset value portfolios. And then they're taking those treasuries and leveraging them to sell short vol, right? And so if you can sell short vol, in a 20 to 30 day window, you can increase the relative yield of those treasuries, those short-term treasuries that you're buying significantly, right? So say, you have like a 6 month returning, like 5.4%, and you can add, another 4% on top of that every 30 days. And everyone's encouraged to do this. And so that trade has become overcrowded, right? Everyone's leveraging all of that, like, same as cash collateral into short vol. You make it sound like free money. Well, everyone thinks it is. But there's no such thing as free money. Is there still enough put positioning to leg down again from here? Yes. And the fact that the bulls failed to hold 47.80 is kind of bearish. Yeah, I have some Tesla shorts now. Sounds like Volmageddon 2 is around the corner. Well, no. Okay, so if nothing bad happens, over time, more and more risk will be pulled back, and short vol will slowly collapse, right? The problem with the current state of things is if anything bad happens, any catastrophic event, anything in the credit markets, anything that would drive demand for a tail risk hedge or for volatility, can blow everything up. I mean, we've looked at we've spent a lot of time looking at like the correlation between cash VIX and the VIX futures contract in front, right? It's negative. It's almost negative 40%. It's the most uncorrelated VIX and the contract in front have been since, well, forever. Actually, in the history of VIX, it's the most uncorrelated it's ever been. And that is a way of visualizing the size of the short position, right? Even in Volmageddon and the flash crash of 2010, there was less volatility shorting than there is now. Will you likely close your Netflix put today or hope for some reversal next week? I'll see what happens next week. I still think that the options chain on Netflix kind of looks like shit. I might move it around or something, but yeah, I'm probably not going to change it very much. It's the IRL infinite money glitch, and Japan has the power to collapse it for all. Well, that's one of the problems, right? Is that Japan, although they've, been very conservative and avoided collapsing the carry trade so far, and may continue to avoid collapsing it for a little while longer, do intend to move to positive interest rates this year at some point, right? Which could leave a very narrow window for banks to keep leaning on that trade. What about the USA stopping military aid and money to the Ukraine? That's not even. It's fucking the amount of money we give them is not even relevant. It's good, what, a few $100 billion? Who gives a shit? The only people who think that's a lot of money are poor or don't understand broad finance. I meant more if Russia defeats Ukraine. I mean, as far as the war of attrition goes, that's not really happening yet. I don't know why our Congress is so fucking stupid, but they want to turn everything into a political point because they don't understand that us financing the war in Ukraine is a ticket to effective ownership of a portion of their GDP for the next 100 years. But, you know, our Congress is full of absolute fucking idiots nowadays. So, Japan positive interest rate, white swan. That's going to be fun when it happens. Will collapsing the trade have an instantaneous effect on markets or longer dated? It depends on how much of it's de-risked by the time they collapse it. I mean, right now the carry trade is far from fully de-risked. Very, very far from it. Actually, over the last couple weeks, it's been turning back up. So hard to say. But I would say that if it's still highly leveraged when the spread collapses, especially if they collapse the spread quickly, so you know the larger the rate move, the more severe the effect. Right? Ukraine is the wheat basket of that half of the world. It's the wheat basket of a lot of the world. Goodbye colonialism. Hello oppressive interest payments. It's just financial colonialism. That's what China's doing in Africa. It's what we're trying to do in, Ukraine. If one side wants it, the other side will be vehemently be against it. It's fucking stupid. Anybody with even a moderate education in historic economics should know that we should be pumping as much money into the Ukraine as we feasibly can. It may be one of the only things over the next 20 years that's able to bail us out of our insane national debt. The age of exploitation. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Lol, that debt will never be repaid. That lemon's got a lot of juice to squeeze. If we break below intraday low, would it be big downs or resistance and where? If this keeps breaking down, which it looks like it's going to, 47.65 is where the big put wall is, so I would expect some resistance there. But if we hit the futures sell trigger, which I think is just a bit below 4,800, that could accelerate our downside, and we can see 47.50 or possibly even lower. When one party's entire platform is opposition politics, it's hard to steer the country in any sane longer term direction. Well, I mean, they feed off of each other. I don't want to blame entirely one party. They're both equally at fault for the situation we're in. They both suck. That's a lot. Why can Ukraine save our debt? The same way Europe did after World War II. Just front run Pelosi's trades. You'll be fine. Remember when conservative meant fiscally conservative? I remember. Yeah, but that changed with Trump. Didn't he spend like more than any other president in history? I agree with you completely. As you said, if there were less actual idiots in Congress, they could sometimes do things like you're suggesting, low cree across the aisle, such as Ukraine aid. I mean, everybody was on board with it initially, but because it's an election year, it's become a point of contention. Which is stupid. It's a stupid point of contention. It shouldn't be one. Look up Marshall Plan if confused on America's benefit. I'm pumping money into European defense. Not just European defense, European reconstruction. The money to be made in Europe isn't on, or in Ukraine isn't on defending Ukraine. It's on rebuilding Ukraine. And it's a big fucking country with tons of natural resources. We should reform the government to only spend settled cash and implement PDT for them too. See how they like it. No more margin. Yeah, I agree. I mean, deficit spending is what drives our economy, right? Otherwise, how do you get infinite growth? But we should manage our deficit spending more responsibly. See, also Yugoslavian states post-war, Iraq, Afghanistan. Well, Afghanistan wasn't so successful, but Iraq was. Hey, Mr. Taliban, tally me banana. Well, they don't always work. Man, Bulls are really trying to fucking hold this here. It's starting to not look so hot. Uh, if this keeps failing 75, we might get like a downside continuation, or a little bit more to the downside. Maybe 65. Hmm. Is next week SLD? Yep. Curious what you think about the debt break in Germany. I'm not too informed on it, to be honest with you. What's an upside hedge? How do I acquire it? Tesla's almost at delta neutral. That was a so I told you that move from like gamma neutral to delta neutral would be quick. Every failed test just makes this seem more bearish. A little bit, yeah. Could buy now be chasey for Tesla? You could buy the test of DN as long as you have, like a moderate stop, right? Because if it fails DN, then it's going to go down even harder. Also, the MMs should be going long vol on Tesla right now. So that's even more bearish. But DN can bounce, right? So it's testing DN right now. There could be a bounce off of DN, which would technically be a better entry, but it may not, right? And so that's why you would get the position and set a stop, and then if your stop gets blown up, you'd wait to re-enter. I even bought 4700, 4600p in solidarity with you. I have like 30 of those. I was just like, when we ran up yesterday, I just kept buying more of them. They're pretty profitable on a breakdown of 4750 over the next week. JFresh on Twitter right now trying to explain the ETF situation to Bitcoiners. Oh, Jesus. What a waste. Yeah, they don't fucking understand it at all. I've had the argument before. BTC holders can't read. I mean, these are people that own fake money, so it's like infinite Bitcoin. Yeah, they don't understand that Bitcoin's being centralized right in front of them, and they're cheering its demise. Hey, I have BTC. Be nice. I mean, I had BTC once too. Then I sold it. I feel like your interest in BTC is academic, which is fine. Um, it's just when it comes with a too big of a dose of a narco syndicalism that it's a problem, right? They say about Carl being jobless, but it'd be better for everyone if JFresh could find something to do with himself. He's he's kind of bored right now. It's the holidays. He doesn't have anything to do. I'll also note I sold 90% of my holdings into this ETF pump. Did bulls get their reversal? Not yet. They're trying. My interest in DRS is academic. Can you milk me, Greg? JPM could also pin to USD and collapse the spread and suddenly wipe out the debt part of debt to GDP. No, that would devalue the dollar. It would wipe out the GDP part. I wanted to keep the coins I bought sub 200 to flex on people when I told them it was going to pump, but I guess I can't do that anymore. Holding something for a decade is rough. Yeah, it is. I think the longest period of time I ever had Bitcoin was like three years. Don't get me wrong, I've dabbled. I don't like it. Actually, shorting BTC previously was very difficult. Now it's easy. Do you feel like a bag holder? No, I sold all my BTC at like 58,000. Very, very happy with what I've done with it. Although GAF did get me into BTC options for a little bit, which was kind of fun. All right, Guac, back. What did I miss? Nothing. How's this bounce looking? It's not a. Why are you calling it a bounce? Moving $3 up into resistance is not a bounce. It's like SPX times 10. It's not, and it's far less liquid and reliable. Crypto mining stocks getting crushed. Good entry now. Good entry for what? Oh, you want to go long on crypto mining into a halving? That's awkward. The VIX says it's a bounce. Well, no. There's plenty of times when they short the VIX fucking 5% and SPX doesn't move at all. Let's get overexcited about stuff. Gross. We've got a slight increase in delta, but gamma's lagging a bit. So they're buying, it looks like they're buying in the money calls. They're just trying to prevent the breakdown. I don't know how much they're trying to pump it. This is less similar to the prior point, which failed. So this has less like pump to it than this did. And with the interest in the money, that reduces potential range. So like in the money call buying doesn't really add a lot of range. We need to see out of the money call buying, which hasn't happened yet. Probably won't happen unless we test like 80 again. And they're pushing back a bit against momentum too, so it's also not working in their favor. So they're gonna have to push really, really hard. I mean, you could get a call, but just be careful with it. It could get rugged. You could get a call. Like it's not a bad entry for a call. Just have a stop in case they fail again. What's better, XSP or SPY? I preferred the XSP here because the distance for the strike to go in the money was shorter. XSP fees are 6x as much on WeBull. What? They're the same. Actually, the exchange proprietary fee is cheaper than it is on SPX or SPXW. That's because the fees times 10 contracts. Right? It says less than 10 contracts, $0 exchange proprietary fee. WeBull contract fee is 55 cents. I think SPY's free, isn't it? I mean, SPY has better liquidity, but XSP is going to be fine at the money. I'm not getting real-time price data on XSP. I assume it must be paid for. I think you just have to sign up for it to get live, like live data on SPX and XSP. No super green peen incoming. This pump could fail. That's why I said to set a stop if you tried to go long here. It's not that it's a bad long entry, it's just a risky one. Any idea what's up with Netflix? No, somebody keeps pumping it in pre-market. Also, the market's not moving much, so there's not a lot of index pressure either way. Minor outflow has hit a multi-year high and have sent tens of thousands of BTC to exchanges post ETF ahead of halving. Data shows the majority have been moved by F2 pool. Okay. Well, thoughts on HE? I mean, if I wanted exposure to utilities, I feel like there's ones that aren't getting sued and also provide a dividend. It did get a little boost while utilities were running hot there for a couple weeks. SPY is real time, but SPX and XSP are the same data package. You just have to, I don't think they charge you for it. You just have to add it. AKA miners fading the top. Well, yeah, I mean, their business model is going to be so much worse after the halving, right? Hmm. Oh, that's so greedy. I kind of want to try it. All right. Guac went down. I don't know. Fucking. This whole thing's bullshit. Futures is failing in the slowest possible fucking way. But I will say, after 2 legs down, it doesn't look so hot. Breadth isn't supporting anything today. Russell and Dow both down. RSP down. Tech down. I think if tech falls off, shit's gonna dump really hard. Failed to fill the gap? There's 2 upside gaps now. And it already failed to fill one. 3 upside gaps today. Those tech salaries are wild. So good for tech firms. Damn, that is not bullish. Mm. 3-month vol's up a bit today, or 3-month VIX. Dixie's moving towards 102.50 again. The 30 years getting close to 4.2, 20 years above 4.3. The 10 years almost back at 4. Still a bit off, but The TQQ puts you bought, or you better buying 49.50 puts on TQQQ instead. Hmm. I mean, they're both kind of a lotto ticket, but maybe? How much are they? Ooh. Okay. Nice. Wasn't really thinking about that. We can get them for 7. Mm. Anything going on with Deviant? I was thinking about adding shares. Not really. Although if like energy prices spike, it could be a beneficiary. I haven't ever really added to that. I probably should. I have a bunch of dividends from it that I could deploy, but eh. If you want to buy LMT calls, what would you get? Hmm. 75 or 85, 90 DTE or more. It's been a while since I played LMT. I guess 70 or 85. Or 70 or 80. No. Hmm. Hmm. Actually. Probably not the 80. Maybe just the maybe 70s. 70s or 75s, I guess. I don't like the 80s so much. If I were to go long it, which I probably am not that interested in. Can the Bulls just pump one more fucking time so I can fill in these pits? Think this ever fails? I mean, I would say their efforts to keep it from failing are failing. Yeah, if SRF's going up, it means spot uranium's going up. You could just look at like uranium futures. I think they're on what, ice? Thanks, California Pizza is best. York? FUBO around $3 would be a good strat to generate some relatively predictable income. Maybe. It's not the best, but it's not terrible. I've made okay money on FUBO covered calls. Although, ideally, you'd get a lower entry price. I don't even know what that means, Surfa. Why are they not pricing these fucking things down? I wonder if Dork is still buying SQQQ calls that are worse in every way than TQQQ puts. I don't know. I don't think he is. I kind of like the yield on the $3 strike puts with like 30 DTE. Well, the yield is nice because they're fucking like in the money, right? Yeah, why would I mean it broke trend and you're trying to sell in the money CSPs. It's not a good idea. Evans is timed out by Torque. Get him. Huh. If someone in theory got a sign on SQQQ CSPs, should I diamond hand the shares to the inevitable collapse of civilization? Generally, when you're wheeling TQQQ or SQQQ, you want to immediately sell cover calls upon assignment. What happens if VIX is at 1269? At 1269? I don't know. The world implodes? What is the dividend on T? It's like 6 something percent. 6.84. At the current price. They're gonna fight tooth and nail to prop this up and then pump into end of day. Tell me I'm wrong. I mean, you might not be. There's definitely a little bit of call buying going on right now. They're trying. They're not. They're not seeing a lot of success. I think they might be struggling with futures a little bit. 4810's been a pretty solid resistance here. Also, Dixie is still going up, which is gonna pressure vol. If vol goes up, we could see some downside. So far, they're keeping it fairly in check. But like 3-month volatility is increasing. VIX futures are up. Can you do the member stream on Monday? I'm gonna do it on Monday. I'm gonna take that time out as confirmation. He is. Doric, I believe in you. You can be better. It's a perfect setup for face melt Friday to all-time high or market crash. It's not a good setup for a crash. Or range chop. Impossible not to make money today. It's really just not doing a lot right now. There's confirmation levels, but we haven't hit any of them. Was World War III bullish as long as no bombs hit US soil? I don't know. How old are you? If you're under 40 now. Unless you have serious physical impairment. In which case, maybe. What about serious mental impairment? Believe it or not, that doesn't prevent you from participating. In honor of MLK Day, will you have any diversity on Monday's stream? No. But I would ask that you judge the stream by the content of its character and not the color of its skin. Will there be a Latin representative? Dork's like Native American, so no. Well, I'm Spanish. Does that count? Like the white kind of Spanish, not the South American kind. The FBI is already in here, Gork. Jesus Christ. There's not going to be any candles because the market's closed. The ESG score of the stream is plummeting as we speak. I know. The white kind of Spanish is just Spanish. Americans seem to struggle with that idea. I know, that's why I clarified. Yeah, your fluty toots are also closed on Monday. My dad was Spanish. My great grandma was from Spain, Barcelona. The Santa Maria was Italian. It was just funded by the Spanish, but Columbus was an Italian person. Yeah, Catalonian. Will there be candles for you and Carl's wife in your bubble bath? I don't take bubble baths. My wife is Mexican, but her lineage is actually Spanish and Jewish. Do you ever make Spanish Inquisition jokes? I mean, they're in bad taste, but she already married you. I don't see race. I figured you were white because you tweet about finance, but I never knew until now. No, because she wouldn't get it. Fair enough. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Could Carl's wife be on the member stream? If she wants to be. Yeah. Will there be options on BTC ETFs? Can you ask Gaff? Yeah, I'm sure there will be. Usually just takes a few days. Sometimes a week or so. Since you're bored, what was the end of day price for today that signals ups? Above 47.70 or 47.80? End of day price that signals ups? Excuse me? Like for next week? Closing above 47.50 could signal ups for next week. Or at least for the early part of next week, like Tuesday, Wednesday. Was this just becoming a bear flag? Hey, it broke up. When we finally filled that gap. Woo! You did it, boys. How much buying did that take? It's still not a breakout on ES, though. So, same thing as before. 90s resistance above 85. There's a ramp to 85. So similar to position to where we were back here. That's both gaps filled. Surprisingly, not a lot of VIX shorting into this. Expected VIX to turn down a bit harder. So that was like downside defensed? No. You think they push this higher next week, or are we stuck here and they just keep de-risking? Yeah, so that's a possibility. Yeah, we could definitely end up just like pinned to 75 for the rest of the day, or bouncing between like 75 and 80. I'd like to think we'd get one more test of 85, but we never got the test of the put wall at 65 either. A lot of the buying on the dip is just to prevent us from falling below the put wall, because that would push us down pretty hard. But I don't think bears are really giving up either. It seems like most of the positioning is like neck and neck. Nobody wants to buy this trash. Oh no, Gherk, your QQQ and TQQQ puts. I'm well aware of where they are. They're for one specific thing. They're just there if we break, like if we lose the futures support. See you tomorrow at the Secret Stock DD meeting. Thanks for including me. No problem, dude. When do we turn anyone over the age of 75 into Soylent? It'd be so stale though. Have a good weekend, Lawrence. The Bulls keep failing. How about Bears try to leverage it for once like the Bulls do? There's actually a literal fuck ton of puts at 47.65. 36 million gamma. So if, like I said, if Bears substantially lose like the 75 level, it's things are kind of fucked. Like we can go from 75 to 50 really quick. And the Bears are actually they're kind of pushing back against the upside. I mean, they haven't like given up here. They've been buying 75 puts. There's a fair number of 80 puts. But puts at 75 are almost equal to the calls there. The key point of contention is that the Bulls are buying 47.70 calls in order to prevent the knife from falling through into the giant pile of puts, right? But in doing that, they spend a lot of money keep, like, they spend a lot of money keeping it above 70. But that means there's less money to push it higher, right? So in order to push higher, then they need to like abandon the 4770 position and roll up and out of the money. Because right now the out of the money positioning sucks. Like 4780 is mediocre. So it's 4785. And there's like some little put walls there too. Oh, I'm sorry. The 4765 strike is net negative 34 million gamma. There's 52 points. Yeah, 50.62 million put gamma at 4765 and 55.15 at 4775. So hotly contested. Wall Street annoys me most of the time. How do you deal with it? It doesn't annoy me. Yeah, it's it's pretty risky either way. That can't be right. Those are 3 cents. Actually, that kind of makes sense. Total delta is actually a little lower on this peak than the prior one. So there's some profit taking on the call side happening here. Bulls are not on the same page. The whole thing's kind of a bear flag. We should be getting a little bit of upside momentum. But it hasn't quite happened yet. You're a bear flag. Thanks. Alright. I'm gonna get something to eat because this is boring me. I'll be right back. All right. This doesn't feel bullish, but I'm an idiot. Maybe they want to clear the orders at ES 4820 before moving further down. You know, I'd agree with that, except they're doing such a shit job at it. What you eating? I made a tuna salad, and I'm having that on some Ezekiel bread. And I got some chips. The bread that has Bible verses all over it, I've never read the package. It's actually not Ezekiel bread. Like, it's not that brand. It's just some, like, sprouted grain wheat. Citi to cut 20,000 rolls in Fraser's bid to boost returns. Fixed income trading revenue reaches 5-year low in quarter. Citi to take $1 billion in severance. Overhaul costs in 2024. Nice. Do you think we see some downside soon? Not yet, no. Maybe by power hour. I would say it's probably about like an hour 15 out that this could keep dragging on. I do like the trends opened up a little bit there. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, XRT is still going down. Interesting. Still adding calls. Gamma's now higher than it was this morning. Or Delta, sorry. Delta and positive on the day. NVIDIA Greeks? Yeah. GM 539, GN 478, DN 549. Or 559, sorry. 459. 478, 459. GM's the one above 5. Is downside off the table? I would say unless we cross back below 480, yes. Technically, the upside momentum is collapsing here, but I don't know if there's enough time left, even in the day, for it to collapse enough for us to have, like, a significant failure. Are my 4810Cs safe? I mean, they're not going in the money, if that's what you're asking. That's a decent bodybuilding meal, minus the chips, of course. Are you lifting? No, my fat ass out of a chair twice a day. How does a centaur squat? It's all in the forelegs. Nice, Dougal waffles. How's GME? Uh, on track to go back under $12. It's almost like the world's not bullish on having an infantile dipshit manage their money. Who'd have thought? I'd probably use ADRs. I haven't really looked into it yet, but I don't know how granular Mexican ETFs get. And if they're just like MSCI Mexico Index, I don't want any of that. Long oil here? I mean, it depends on how much you think things are going to escalate in the Middle East. It could either be a really good opportunity to get in, or you're buying the top. Are you concerned with the Latino representation in your port? No. A few closed funds that are kind of interesting. That could be cool, depending on what sectors they're in. I'm mostly interested in construction, industrials, manufacturing, chemical, and distribution and transportation. Are you eyeing any Netflix entries? No. They're all very grainy and slightly spicy. I was gone for most of the day. Did you give any insight on SPX action for the next few weeks? No? The VIX expiration and OPEX open up the opportunity for a shift in the volatility regime there. That was nice. Gherk, I'm ruined. My full port YOLO into 400 QQQ 0 DT puts like you aren't printing. Doesn't WeBull give you one oopsie to undo any trade? No. Also, what? 400 QQ. I have 407s. 406. How long do you think NVIDIA can stay above GM? Historically, not much longer. If you had GME Jan 19 15 CCs up 80%, would you close them and roll them out here? Or let the holiday weekend theta bleed them more? I mean, you're going to get the benefit of the holiday weekend theta either way. I probably wouldn't roll them out. I'd probably just roll them down. Do you see any T+2 spiciness with Mara? Or is it just a heaping piece of shit? The second one. You either have a parrot or a kid. My sisters and my family's staying here right now. Post-holiday visit. His current wind chills in the central U.S. are impressive. Do you have like a 4-bedroom apartment? It's 3. Well, 2, and then my office isn't really a bedroom. It seems the move in VVIX today was someone buying 250,000. Yeah, we went over that earlier. 406, 400. What's the difference? $6. They're probably sold, yeah. If they expire next Wednesday. Do you think bulls have enough for 47.85? Yes, but that doesn't mean they're gonna break through on futures. This is starting to consolidate in the upper range too. Hasn't failed yet, but futures resistance at 48.20 has been pretty strong. I guess they need to, I mean, they need to push up above that. So far, still just testing it. Hop off the stream, go hang with the fam. We'll be okay. Why would I want to do that? Best way to short BTC is by shorting Mara? No. You can get BTC futures. Are you taking them out to a restaurant that's $1,000 each and 14 courses? That's expensive. No. Have you ever accidentally let slip in public, I'm a stock god? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've said that to myself out loud before in front of people. It wasn't as embarrassing as I thought it would be. Did you move out of the moldy apartment with the broken elevator and the crazy neighbor? I still have a crazy neighbor and a broken elevator, but it's not moldy. The moldy apartment was the old one. That's been a long time. I haven't lived there in like almost 2 years. Are my questions too dumb to answer? Is that what's happening? Probably. I don't know. I didn't see it, but I would imagine it was. Are you long ricey? No. Yeah, markets are closed Monday. No Red Ranger. That's yet to happen. I don't think so. When weekend stream? Monday. It's gonna be on Monday. Hmm. Bulls are kind of blowing off their top a bit here. Moynihan up next on CNBC. This should be good. Bank earnings should be good, I think. Hmm. All right. BAC missed big. Ouch. I mean, yields are down, so like unrealized losses shouldn't be as bad. The 10-year is under 4%, right? At least until next week. Yeah, kind of boring. It's annoying I got stopped out of my call, but there's no way I would have held through all of this bullshit. Momentum's starting to turn around and shift bearish. Not quite yet, though. We probably have about another hour before it gets bad, but it is turning. Too much resistance on ES. They could still pump it here, but it's becoming less favorable. I think we might get like a drop a little later in the day and then just kind of close out kind of flat. You suspect they could use this point to go long vol versus short. Now the short vols are locked in, but we may see other participants go long vol. So they could slow grind up Tuesday, then SLD down back here Wednesday, Monday. I think Wednesday could be up too. You know, SLD could extend out pretty far. I don't know if the effects of VIX expiration are going to be felt immediately on Wednesday. They might be. Um, Usually SLD is not the first part of SLD is not very bearish when we're above gamma neutral because the market maker buys the dips. So like we'll pick up volatility, but the sell-offs from SLD are usually less impactful. Now, if we slip gamma neutral during SLD, that could get very bearish. How do you see? Yeah, short wall. Look at the order book. Yeah, no one's gonna wait around specifically for Wednesday's expiration to go long vol. But a lot of the short VIX positions fall off. But VIX isn't volatility. It's just the measure of it. Did you put too much ghost chili oil on lunch? I didn't use any of that today. I should have. I would have spiced up my tuna salad. I used some celery, red onion, olive oil. Some green olive. What the fuck else was in it? That was about it. Black pepper. No, nope. Well, I don't have any pickles. 90s resistance on the options chain. Futures is still kind of fighting for 48.20. It's just above it, but barely. And volume's still dying down. So we're probably gonna get a breakout at some point here because there's so much consolidation. Whether that's going to be an upside breakout or a downside, I don't know yet. But both are theoretically possible here. We don't really have any significant directional momentum. Use a slap chop? Ew, no. God, no. I use my Chinese chef's knife. Slap chop is for the poorers. Yeah, it is. Why am I so fucking orange? Hmm. Weird. You've been getting too much sun. I have been. Maybe that's the problem. Why is everything so fucking green? I don't know. Touch grass, man. That's why I made the chili oil comment. Oh, that's what I was thinking. There's no grass in New York City. That's not true. There's whole meadows in New York City. There's one patch in the middle. It's not fake. God, this is fucking dull. When's this gonna fail already? More rats than grass? Probably. See, all of the green parts, like here, here, down here, along the edge up here. See all this? In the middle, this thing over here. Those are all grass. We can get closer. See? Grass, more grass, grass in the middle, a lake, pond, really. Grass all the way through there. Little patches of grass, various places. See? Those are all grass too. Grass and or trees. Sometimes it's just trees. Are you trying to convince us that cesspool is habitable for humans? I guarantee it's leaps and bounds better than whatever shithole you live in. But keep trying to convince yourself otherwise. I proposed to my wife on that pond. Classy. Trees seem like big grass. You know what? Maybe. Would you rather drink a cup of water out of a New York river or have SPX chop in a $5 range for a year? The former. Bring it on. I'll slurp it down. I did a great thing. I got a job in the military. Now the pickle jar has one more officer of the armed forces. Keep me in your thoughts and prayers. Wait, I thought you were making money trading. Why would you join the military? Wait, you were already Navy nuke. Were you stealing valor? Previously stealing valor? Valor thief. He bought a futures valor contract. A member of the Dan in the military? I'm terrified. No, he was selling it. Now he's hedged. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm starting to think he's not Navy or nuke. I feel lied to. Deceived. One of these days I was gonna thank him for his service. Ooh, wait. Do you have a hot wife? And if you're going on deployment, where does she live? Gherkin, it's me, Coast Guard decoy. I bought calls and got us signed. Oh no. Calls on PTSD and a lifetime of getting to board commercial flights first. Right, really? I didn't even, I've never noticed that. Give her a bouquet of parking lot berries. No. It's just not as much fun if they're hallucinating. Oh great, my Discord crashed. I'm back. Have you read the stories of people tripping on Datura? It seems nutty. I'm not interested in it at all. Why are you talking about it? It is nutty. I don't know why people do it. Who needs Riz when all of a sudden your head looks like a snake? Hashtag parking lot berries. Because it sounds terrifying. Yeah. But if your psychedelics aren't causing long-term brain damage, are you really a psychonaut? Looking for a squeeze. Oh, you're talking about your berries. Feel like you might be in the wrong place.
I've done more LSD than most, and I feel like it hasn't done that much damage. I mean, does it even affect you without a prefrontal cortex? Datura can break your brain. Some guy became incapable of doing math after. It's brutal. That just sounds like an excuse. No, the BTC ETFs don't have options yet. Oh, here we go. Oh, so close. We almost tested 90. Fucking tryhards. It's fine if you aren't capable of math to begin with. My wife is very loyal. I'll trust her with you. She's in good hands. Yeah. Not just a 50 BPS move in power hour. You won't buy pigeon whale, but you'll just fork over your wife. I'm very suspicious of this. Just 50 BPS move in power hour, get your jimmies in a bunch. No. Oh, did we test 90? Hold on. Nope. 47, 89, 52. Holy fuck, this is boring. What do they call it? The prefrontal cortex. I'm pretty sure it's just in the frontal. Do you have a forehead? Quick every Greek wives. Haven't you seen him consistently sell the top? It looks like we're closing green like yesterday. We closed red yesterday. Don't shame those of us without foreheads. Is Fubo going to recover someday? I love how all the excitement on Fubo from selling covered calls and the money immediately turns to fear about the shares people still own as the price falls below their covered calls. I have a pre-head. Okay. Uh, is VIX gonna recover, or you mean all the way back to 12.99? It could. I have a criminally low forehead, and my beard's almost connected to my eyebrows. Interesting. My image of you in my head eating parking lot berries and laying in the dirt has changed. Mid cap's getting hit. Yeah. Yeah. So are small caps. Just roll your covered call down. Why am I looking at Google? Hmm. Oh fuck, IWM's flat on the day. Damn. Oh, there goes Apple. Why is this stock still $185? How many times do they need to reduce guidance before the price of the stock goes down? Well, I guess with no test of 47.90. They did give it a good fucking push though, right? That was boring as shit. Glorpo, red candle. Yeah, I know, I'm here too. Secret stock up 3 pennies. No, it's not. Fucking lying to me, or do you not know what the stock is? It's gotta be one of the two. When's Dixie gonna go up? You know, it'd be awesome if Dixie just ripped to 103.50. Instead of having to wait for next week. Like if it just did it now. That'd be cool. If, and I mean if we get a breakdown, where do you see us heading? 65 to rescue the puts? If we break 75. Actually, 70. The bear confirmation's at 70. I honestly can't believe the secret stock is Nvidia. No one's gonna believe that. Nobody's gonna believe Dork can afford to buy shares of Nvidia. I like how my dying puts portfolio percentage shrinks with their value. Now they're only 0.06% of my port. No big deal. Any anomalies accumulating on Deer Tap? The Tap moved back up today, didn't it? A little bit? Yeah. Tap is just $2. That's the price of Tap. No, they're still shorting it today. A little harder? They're starting to get a little more violent with their shorting. Or it's just making up more of the volume. Actually, that might be a more true statement. It's fucking dip buyers. Oh, they didn't buy that hard. But that's gonna add like an extra 15 minutes to everything. Annoying. Out of the money options on days like today are the worst. I mean, it depends, right? You have charm. So charm decays your delta over time as it approaches expiry. Well, charm is the measure of delta decaying into expiry, I should say, but I figured Dirk has such a straight line to your trading insights that he'd be rich by now. No, better. He's doing better. He still has a lot of hope and enthusiasm left that we haven't been able to beat out of him. So you're talking about how Fed Fund Futures is being big unrealistic and why? Well, didn't somebody short like 12 billion notional of it or something, or 1.5 billion notional of it yesterday? Some crazy shit. He's too obsequious. Dirk has a penny that doubles every day for 30 days. He does like plays like that. Tup is about to pass by AMC in terms of market cap. That's embarrassing for people who own AMC. You think we can drop to 80 or 75? Yeah, after this fails. We need a few more of those sell-offs. See that big Gherkin red candle there? We need like 10 of those. That'd be nice. What's AMC? It's a great question. It's a share liquidation company. Is Squamska Hobbit? Maybe. Not well. I'd imagine he's more like whatever Smeagol was. Like a relative of the hobbits. But maybe not as hairy. Are you wearing pants? You're gonna have to find that out on your own. Here's my question. When is AMC's investment in the gold mine going to be worth more than the company? Share liquidation company that occasionally displays movies and diversifies into junior gold exploration. It's more like a gold exploration as a hobby. You have my sword, my axe, and my parking lot berries. Unfortunately, the parking lot berries make the sword and axe almost useless. Sounds like he's a squabbit. Nice. 4780p here is too early or too late? I mean, it's not as good as it was 15 minutes ago. I had a 4550p underwater, so I bought a 4870p. I made back the loss on the drop. 4780p? Did I play this right? I don't hold the 4780 just in case it bounced. Okay, that doesn't seem so bad. Yeah, as long as you were able to hedge off your prior loss, that's a good job. What are parking lot berries? Well, they're berries growing on the edge of a parking lot somewhere. Oh, Jesus Christ. AKA hobo berries. Yeah, momentum's starting to shift. A little more. Ooh. Oh, I like that. Any hope for a large sell-off and a close? Long weekend? Middle East getting spicy? That's possible, yeah. I don't know if people are that afraid of what's going on in the Middle East yet. Not until it sparks another round of inflation. So let's think about this. You've got 9.7 billion per day passing through the Suez Canal in goods value. And if it has to go around the Suez Canal, mm, It's an extra 2 million per vessel in fuel costs. And it looks like about 20% for cargo fees. Then that's 2 million per vessel times 56 per day. So 102 million. Sorry, 112 million. Plus 20%. .112 times 0.20. So that's a additional cost of 1.962 billion per day in inflationary pressure. And this has been going on for what was it, like late November, so like a month and a half now, about 50 days. So that's so far about 98.1 billion. So far. The cargo fees are on the total cargo. That's actually not that much. Are you fucking kidding? We spent on 25 minutes on interest. Beyond briefly broke under 750. Still buying it under that price? Well, I didn't notice that it broke under 750, but I guess not. That was a Wall Street Bets post. Come on. Be original. Can you be the negative gamma I want to see in the world? No. The US imports around 200 billion of agricultural goods each year for scale. That's a lot of money. And that's all just inflationary pressure on durable goods and imports, right? And oil. Don't forget oil. This is going to increase the cost of oil. Eggs and Yoshida sauce over rice. Best 10 cent meal ever. The egg costs more than 10 cents. How's positioning looking? Kind of the same. Well, I guess the call side's broken down a little bit on the drop, but that's because most of the drop was just calls taking profit. So Delta's fallen off by about 250 million. It's kind of stable here. If we fall below here, things could get kind of bearish again. Like right here too. We're very like 47.81. Things could get a little more slippery. Sell side ES, probably not a lot of sell side pressure from ES until we fall under 4,800. Although we might pick up a little pace under 4810. Eggs cost me 5 cents? Fuck you. Yep, it'll have an impact on China. I know BAC missed. Yo, Glorp, where's GN? On SPX? What, weekly or monthly? 47.42? Although I think the unadjusted gamma neutral might be closer to 47, 60, 62, 65, right around there. Well, like the unsmoothed. You know what? Actually, I think I could check. Harder intraday, but ooh. 4750. 4756. Yeah, the unadjusted might be getting kind of close to spot with the unsmoothed. That's interesting. Maybe 4765 is far more important than we realize. That put wall is really skewing shit. You guys ever put an egg in a sock and spin it around so it scrambles inside the shell? Nope. Think about that one for a minute. Like every morning. X. Absolutely not. I've tried doing it twice. Both times I've gotten like really bored and way too into it and started doing like ninja things, by myself as one does, and I broke the fucking egg. Why do people come in their socks? What? Like, I get that it's a joke, okay, but seriously, who the fuck is actually doing that? Are there people out there jizzing in socks? That's fucking disgusting. Do you not own a roll of paper towels or like have a faucet? Need to align your chi. It's called Mom Can't Find Out, Gherk. Why? As adults, now that you're all adults, right? Do you really think that your parents didn't assume that any time you were in your room alone, you were just furiously beating your meat? Anytime I see a teenager, I'm just like, oh god, it's a chronic masturbator. And I try to just avoid them. My teenage kid is right here. Your your parents know what you're doing. Ghost of Unidan's child. They know. You're not fooling anybody. Never shake their hands. Ugh. They're probably so moist. And tacky. Teenagers are just filthy. Like I look back on being a teenager and I'm just like, oh, that was gross. Just 8 years of gross. Or people are filthy. Teenagers are doubly extra filthy, and their hormones are all ups, and they're like kind of just stupid, like extra stupid. Correction, teenage girls are not filthy, while teenage boys are 10x filthy. Have you ever been in a women's restroom? That's just sexist. At least we piss in the toilet instead of like garden sprinklering all over the backside of the stall. I remember going from rowing practice to soccer practice, then going home and just getting in bed without showering. Ugh. I went through a phase where I peed out of my bedroom window. What's the physics on that? No one knows. No one wants to try to understand. At least men don't. I assume it's like an angled squat. Like that. Monetized. Caked up stick figure. Well, you can't keep your pants around your ankles and do a deep, like, do a good deep, like, sumo squat, right? Because your feet are too close together. Well, at least we don't have that one rib that makes it so we can't go full Neanderthal on ourselves. That would be the end of the human species. Don't worry, AI sex bots will be. Everyone's looking at Chat GPT and they're like, "Man, that's really stupid." But Elon's sitting there trying to program it into his sex robot, and he's thinking it's just smart enough. Up until Elon gets his AI sex robot in the bedroom, and it tells him that what he's about to do is a violation of the terms of service. VIX greater than 13, end of day. Yeah, and I wish I was a billionaire. Yeah, but people don't realize AI is coming fast. Well, that depends on how good it is at it, right? It could be slower. Oh, you're never mind. You're talking about something else. Don't worry, you're European. Dude, that's the most heavily edited video I've ever seen. And it looks like it was edited by a 12-year-old on like a MacBook. Could you repeat the price that could potentially present a bullish start to the week? Thanks. Yeah, if we're above, let's say if we're above 47.65 by close today, there's more upside potential next Tuesday, Wednesday. Haha, you're European. It wasn't a joke. Overall, SPY bearish next week or creeping up still? Maybe the back half of the week. Otherwise, probably a couple more days of this bullshit. No wait, well Tesla's a bag of shit. That's a whole nother story, right? That's Tesla's below delta neutral now. And the MM's like long vol on it, so it's not in a good position at all. Does it look like bulls are starting to give up? Yeah, back when it went from 47.90 to 47.80. How much is that? I have no fucking clue, man. So I'm trying to predict moves in overnight futures. Red Sea conflict doesn't help Tesla either. No, it doesn't. I mean, any multinational that's exposed to shipping costs is gonna suffer from this shit, right? And then they're gonna pass it off onto the American consumer who's already indebted and broke. Greg, I'm gonna need you to check that message I just sent over. Might spice up the boredom. That's just a picture of your penis. Nice. Hmm. Those numbers are wildly incorrect. But that's spicy. Okay. I like the visualization. Oh, okay. Am I gonna have to pay even more for Doritos Locos Tacos? Yes. Take advantage of today's high home prices with a home equity line of credit. Ugh. So many people are gonna be so upside down on their mortgages for so long. Yep. No, unrelated. Different nuclear families. Do a cash out refi. Free money. They're gonna loan so much money to so many people who should never have owned a home in the first place. I mean, they're already doing it, but it's gonna get worse. It's like we're gonna incentivize the 2008 crisis all over again on top of 5% federal funds rates, rising inflation, and massive national debt. So, same mistakes as before, but worse. Why am I so hard? I was just teasing you, that's why. Gherk, it's so bullish for my puts. Better make a lot of money on puts. Stocks might never move again. This level's heavily contested, heavily defended. Oh, that's weird behavior. Market down, VIX down? Strange. Whoa, dude, you wrote something kind of wild on Twitter last night. Thanks. I thought it was pretty cool. At peak interest rates, they're going to figure out how to get 50 and 100-year refinances to people to get low monthly payments. That'd be worth it, honestly. If I could get like a $700,000 house for $200 a month, I don't fucking care how long I'm paying it. Let's fucking go. It's like my descendants' problem. Can we also get some free money from the BTFP? Start a bank. It's like a small one. My ex just hit me up and asked me to teach her how to trade. This has got to be the top of the SPX range. Yep, sounds like it. All right, I'm gonna ban you, AJ. In Portugal, it's 30 to 40 years, 0%. Ooh. I still need a welder to ask me if I've heard about NVIDIA. Hasn't happened quite yet, but a QC guy asked me about Doge. Did you fire him? You should fire him. I wouldn't keep someone around in my company that owns Doge. I declare bankruptcy? It doesn't work that way. Have you ever done your work and come to a similar conclusion to J-Roll and just said fuck it and abandoned that given I have no idea what his ideas are. He blocked me on Twitter. And then I blocked him. I mean, I'm sure he's still a billionaire, but he doesn't have ideas. All of his stock picks are just like pickles picks. And things that have moved over on MACD. You know his ideas, they're yours. Fucking weird people, man. Hey, Gherkin, Netflix Pootie Toots printed. Not mine. Are we about to rip face down? We're getting closer to a downward face ripping. We're still not below 48.10 on futures yet, though, and that might present some support. But we'll see. It's power hour now. We've got a decent amount of bearish momentum going. Maybe. Maybe this continues. We are in kind of in like the intraday baratory. A little bit. Stargate, Star Trek, Star Wars, Star Trek. You're calling this momentum? I mean, it's consistently down, right? I feel like I've seen this before. Yeah. Well, 75 is still the big resistance, right? The volume is increasing. Rescue my 4750s. Those are probably fucked. I'm interested in selling C-SPAN with stacks. Say 7 DT, 30 cents. 14 DT, 34 cents. I already didn't sell the 21. When you can get because over time stock prices fluctuate, and having more theta can open up your ability to hedge more efficiently. So the 21 DTE will have arguably more exit opportunities than maybe the 7 or the 14 would. Thoughts on Upstart? It's kind of still shitting the bed, right? No, it's illiquid, but it's dropping. It'll probably drop harder if like Nvidia falls off. Can TUP jump next week? I think they're releasing their like statements next Friday or some shit. The only hedge I have is in the backyard of my giant European mansion. Aren't you like a college student? I just want to say, I crushed it today, man. Thanks to your levels, set my stops. Now I'm gonna freeze outside with my kids. Thank you, Gherk. Have fun, poopy pants. I'll see you on Monday, dude. It usually pumps right before the dump gets good. Well, we tested 48.11. And I think we'll get like maybe a little upside here. Although they're not buying up a lot of delta, so small spike, but overall delta is negative. This is resistance. Oh, okay, it got rejected. Never mind. Yeah, that's resistance right there. So there's a little bit of resistance, like right here. Nope, right here. There we go. Boop. I don't like that color. Do you have a better color? What's that? Ooh, I like that. I'm quitting trading for a while to focus on mental health. PDT is the death of me. I bought SPY 474p yesterday, open, then rode down to 240. Got a PDT warning and held today. Still PDT warning. You gotta know when your PDT warnings are coming due. Like when you have trades opening up. Something on your broker should tell you. I'm broke. What happens when you get the PDT thingy? Well, if you get 3 of them, then you're not allowed to trade on your account for like 90 days or something. Unless you deposit $25,000. Or you can just open another PDT account somewhere else and transfer your money. Well, cash accounts are very limited on the strategies you can use. Should I hedge those? Ooh, that's way too expensive. I'll have to wait. We're gonna close between 75 and 80, aren't we? There's a pretty good chance of that. The put side interest below 75 is a bit stronger. So 70 and 75 could be slightly more likely right now, provided we lose the 75 level. Still a little early to say. There's not a lot stopping us from going down here more, though. Why are you dealing with PDT? I don't know. The challenge of it's interesting. It's cool to learn how to beat it. I'm almost out from under it, I think. Another 8K to go. You beat it by depositing 25,000. That's, yeah, I know. But that's cheating. Can we go back to 4,700 next week? Okay. Feel like we could probably go lower than that. What contracts are you selling for a greater return than the margin used? Okay, SCX to 4,000 end of month. That's not gonna happen. That's ridiculous. We need to like start a war with Iran this weekend, and like JPM needs to blow up. If the 4,700, 4,600p goes in the money, I'll lose it. Don't tempt me with DCAing. I don't think that's unreasonable. I just need a failure of delta neutral. Failure of delta neutral, we should get like another 300 BPS to the downside, which would put us at like well, below the JPM long puts. That'd be like 40, 4480. I don't think that's like a outlandish pullback. Yeah, that's like roughly the 20, like the 20 MA on the weekly. If I can't 3x my 473 before close, I'm holding it over the weekend. That might be a very bad idea. Nope, those are still too much money. Well, if I buy that, then my net profit... No. This is killing momentum. We're going down right now, Torque. Oh, nice. Ah, motherfucker. Why is VIX also down? Don't try to make sense of this. Maybe it's because we've moved $3 down in the past hour and a half. Markets are efficient. Why am I trying to trade this is a better question. US doesn't want to break 48.10. No, it doesn't. It's proving to be quite a strong support so far. Although I do think the breakdown here would be spicy if some volume would fucking come in. Do you know Friday's historically had a lot of intense power hours? I don't think this power hour has been very intense. To start the weekend off right, let's read Superstank's comment regarding news of GameStop shutting down the NFT marketplace a few weeks. I'm not selling due to fundamentals trajectory. The trajectory is down. I don't know, Refik. Those are the single most intense 21 minutes of my trading career. Really? Ooh, futures volume. We broke 48.10. Let's go! Push it. Push it real good. Let's go. Re. How far could we fall here? Well, we could. Yeah, I mean, if we lose 75, we can still. The fucking put wall's still there at 65. NVIDIA 542.50, 0 DTE. Let's go for it. Why not like 545? No, I don't think a 3-day weekend's a recipe for down. Did you say downilation? Mm, fucking dip buyers. Ooh, people are buying a lot of 65 puts right now. What's going on there? Are they selling those or buying them? Buying them? Huh. All the downside that we've had today has been from pump sellers. Probably should have held a runner, but fuck it. Yeah, better not to take chances with positions like that if you fuck up the order quantity. Hmm. Where do we find support here? 4807.75. Alright, now someone's buying the 80 and the 85. Hmm. Ooh, futures rejected a little bit. Nope, bought right back. God damn. Hmm. Everyone's gonna land this gently at 47.75, aren't they? I think that MM would prefer a close around 83. Although a rejection here is not super bullish. Interesting. I kind of want to open a butterfly here. Can I open a butterfly here? Hmm. Good. Maybe. Hmm. Interesting. That's something that worked into a stop before that midday pump. It was down 1500, just recovered back to negative 300. Something nice about not losing more. Fair enough. I had to run down to my lobby earlier today and I forgot to set a stop on a couple puts. I got blown up on this. It was fine. I think I'm still positive on the day, but it was shitty. Is this gonna fucking sell or what? Do I need to go higher? Interesting. Earlier you talked about 4800 being a sell trigger on futures. What makes that level a trigger for downs? Because it breaks below, I said below 4800, but no, but just because there's sellers under 4800. It's also a big psychological level. It depends on how much momentum it gets. What's going on with the 2-year? I don't know. Oh shit. It's dropping like a rock. Probably getting the fuck shorted out of it or bought. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. Why is it moving so much? It's having the tiers had a rough couple of days. So I'm trying to flip that yield curve. Oops. Hmm. I don't think I'm gonna get a fill on that. The 2 years back below the 30, I feel like that's significant. Not really. Maybe a little bit, but probably not. Probably not that much. Pump up to 85. Hmm. The fucking bid here is so weak. Are we gonna finish gray? I don't know. I think we get the 85 test. That's what they're pushing for. Pretty hard. Holding 85 into close is another story, though. I guess I don't need to do shit here. What was the most exciting day this week? CPI. CPI was by far the most fun day this week. Yesterday? Yesterday was a blast. Monday was pretty cool. This guy just straight up. It wasn't very hard to play. Do you expect flat or moderately up until the next FOMC meeting is like the end of the month? I expect things will probably change a bit before then. So I have the same cost basis on both of these. Huh. So do I make the same amount of money no matter where this ends up now? I think I do. Hmm. $282, 87. What's the other one? 608, 803. How the fuck did I pull that off? Oh, that's backwards. That's why. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess so. Just locked in on it. Nice. I hate trading without any available trades. I've done it. I've beaten PDT once again. You can't stop me. I don't care where it goes. I make the same amount of money no matter what. I had no day trades at all today. Potato Tom, thank you so much. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. That's awesome, man. No, it's super shitty. I'm garbage at this. But it's better than losing money. This is why PDT sucks dick, because instead of just making $600 and closing the spread, I instead had to spend $380 to open another spread to guarantee that I make $220. I'm not gifting the memberships. Oh, that was super cool, Potato Tom. It's just past harvest season, so he's counting his money right now. The world's smallest hedge fund. That shows your brilliance. Shows that I'm a fucking tard. Jesus. This is why PDT is fucking trash. By the way, if you ever wondered. I really want this to drop to 80 in the next 1 minute so I can buy a put butterfly for $2 to make $3.
I have 22 positions opened to avoid BDT, but hey, I'm profitable minus my lotto ticket. I have a cash account, but I'm trying to stay kind of risk limited in it because I only started it with like $500. So, I mean, I think it's like at 38 now. But until I get over like 5,000, I gotta be careful with scale on that. Otherwise, I'll just blow it up. Two bad trades and it's dead. I got lucky early this week. Doubled my port by accidentally buying. Okay, hold on. I want to buy. If this. If this breaks fucking 85 again, I want to buy an 80. Oh, yeah. They're 30 cents. Get in my pocket. We're going to close at 79.70. Cool. I hate this market so much. It's pretty stupid. Ooh, can I buy one of these for 15 cents? Oh, why even throw away the money? I'm just gambling with $30 because I'm bored. I'm bored out of my fucking mind. Why is Costco trading at tech PE ratios? Because boomers don't know what else to buy. They've already allocated their 50% to the Mag 7. Can't get two 10x in 1 week? Yes, you can. I feel like weeks where you get 10x, you're more likely to get another 10x. Do you have to about a stock I've been checking out? Okay. Oh, I could look at it. Do you want me to look at it now? Hmm.
Ding ding. Huh. Well, the market maker won there. The market maker fucked everyone up. Well done. Get wrecked, everybody. Not me. Not my fucking overpriced debit straddle. That shit won. So, you know, whatever. Get fucked, Kenny. That thing's a monster. It's unkillable. Um well, what a what a fucking awesome and fun week. I think as far as the quant predictions go, I win, right? But even though I was also wrong, I was closest. But at what cost? It was no, it wasn't worth it, believe me. It's not a feel good win. We all lose. I do have the microphone. That's true. Um so end of day rejected off of 48.20. I feel like these consistently lower highs aren't a bullish trend, but I could be wrong. Dixie breaking up, going to after hours and moving towards that 102.50 test. The 2-year yield down kind of massively today, although a little bit up into close. However, under the 30-year and pretty far under the 20. I would say that the 10 too is what really matters there, though. Um, and this 3-6, the 3 and the 6 to the 10 are still very very inverted. Um, GME continued to drop off today, still below delta neutral. It seems like short confidence is building on the mid and small caps. And we're starting to see a little more pedal to the metal on the volatility short. So GME over the next couple months, probably down to the 12, maybe even $10 range. Upstart finally failed after yesterday's bump back up. Well, the last couple of days, it's had a few spikes of volatility to the upside. Although I think most of the 35 calls have finally fallen off, and the dip buyers have backed off here a little. Nvidia continuing to fall will help ease liquidity conditions here and could help this push back down below 27. Although this period of time will probably take longer. Like, so the downside from here on out might be a little slower than the initial drop, right? This is where the big money was to be made. This isn't bad. It's okay for like selling theta, but it might take a while to continue bleeding off. Especially if it's starting to get more illiquid, which is not something I feel like checking right now. Fubo just getting shorted finally. Definitely a lot more short pressure in the underlying, and a little bit in the ETFs. Siri also kind of starting to get shorted back towards $5. Top being shorted, but the price isn't changing a lot. So down 2 cents on the day, although I believe the high of the day was at like 212, 210. So yeah, still a lot of shorting with that's not producing anything, um, or at least not producing any substantial downside. They have their announcement next week as far as their restructuring plan goes, and if the news from that is positive, these shorts are going to want to bail, and so that could really move things along. If the news is negative, this could drop to 50 cents in 5 minutes. Beyond finally getting shorted down further below that trend. We see liquidity coming down a bit again. So no covering right now. Next week, There were a bunch of FTDs, but those were for if it was on Reg Show, which it's no longer. So I'll need to take a look at the FTD chart and see what kind of FTDs we have next week on the more regular schedule. But I have a feeling this could probably keep coming down to like the 650, 680 level before it finds any support or gets back on Reg Show. Not interested in that. I don't really care about those. Broad commodities up a little bit today. Dollar up a tiny bit, but yields down. Correlation on the 3 and 1 month actually started to turn around a little bit today. That's encouraging, especially that it's turning around near the prior lows that we saw back in July. Hopefully that continues into next week. That could be very bearish. Although I would wait for it to get back above kind of this prior level here to confirm. But a little breakdown in correlation today. That doesn't mean that we can't see another pump Monday. Obviously, you know, there's still some range there that we haven't seen yet. At least on the 1 month. The 3 month, not so much. Carry trade actually falling off a bit today. USD JPY, so dollar down against the yen. We're seeing the top end of the curve get kind of blown out here, although volatility is remaining. Forward returns on volatility are remaining fairly similar to what we saw yesterday. That's kind of curious. Wonder what prompted that. Anyway. Nothing on move, although bond vol is coming down a bit. Skew pushing up again. So the higher skew is, the higher chance there is for a tail event to occur. It's one way of looking at it. Right now it's, I mean, kind of low compared to where it's historically been, but it is continuing to push up. It's kind of just another sign of volatility shorting. And on the weekly, closing with negative 39.37% correlation between cash VIX and the VIX contract in front. Yep, that's about it. On the technical side, closing this week out below 48.1862 is actually pretty bearish. Even failing to retest the underside of this like long-term trend is also pretty bearish. So if week opens next week, let's say below this week's close, that may be a fairly strong signal that we'll start to see, you know, a downside move into the middle of next week, or a more volumetric downside move like that next week. But yeah, that's a double top. So, and on the weekly. On the daily, I don't really like the 20 MA there. It's on the daily, you know, I'd be expecting a retest of the EMA 30 after the last two failed upside attempts. And that would just be a pullback to like 4,700. So kind of like, you know, that over 5 days. And that, you know, that gives us our double top here and here. And then a break of the 30, we'd be looking for a test of the 50. Break of the 50. A test of the 200. And I don't think that's an unreasonable expectation for a correction after such a huge pump over the last couple of months. And that would be about over the time period, probably somewhere around 6 to 7% downside. But we'll see. Obviously, we closed high enough this week that I think the first couple of days next week are going to be, flat to bullish. And then maybe that's where we get our test of the high, which is still unrealized. So that's possible. And then fall off into SLD. I don't think that's out of the question yet. Closing above 47.80. So unless something drastic happens over the weekend and we open below 47.65 on Monday, I think we're going to be in very much the same position Tuesday rather that we were yesterday and today, with that continued battle for the upside. So remember, markets are closed Monday for MLK. I will also have the members stream Monday at 12:30 p.m. So everyone enjoy the long weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in this week, and I will see you bright and early on well, I'll see you Monday, but then I'll also see you Tuesday. Later, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.